You're ready for crystals with poop energy.
Align my chakras for a friendly and familial feeling.
Well,
Oh
I might
no.
misalign first. Sorry.
No, this place is really nice. I think we should stay here. Yeah.
You've been lying in bed, but now you discover that there is a window at the back of your bed.
I start pooping out it. Wait, is this not how this works?
So, the last time we had played, you had just arrived at the Lycan city, foot the mountain. With a fragment of Arcanus holding its observatory nearby, you chose your approach carefully, hiding your airship with a mirage and disguising yourself as Lycans. To move to. However, already early on, your plans started to waver as Vidar fell asleep suddenly and unexpectedly. A sleep he did not appear to be able to wake from, and as you carried him back to the ship, it seemed a sleep also extending to Corinne. You gathered your thoughts, rested, and theorized before you headed out towards the city once more, now on your own. And you trekked along the mountain, drawing furrows through the deep layers of grey ash that covered just about everything in the wasteland around you. And soon the city came within reach, its lights signaling the presence of people. You entered the city limits, encountering a number of Lycans wandering the roads and streets, with most seeming intent on spending as little time as they could outside of a building. And following suit, you entered a tavern, the Sunken Wolf, looking for a place to learn of the weird events that were happening to you since your arrival, of Boltzmann's location, and of the wizards in the nearby observatory. Throughout your time amidst the Lycans, and despite their surprising friendliness, you'd notice more oddities and strange occurrences, like repeated phrases and odd knowledge. The info you gathered on Boltzmann was one such knowledge, as you were told that he had indeed been here, but had long departed back to Cauron to meet up with his friends on their airship. Quickly, you picked up on more and more inconsistencies, such as Evelyn's true sight somehow not being able to reveal the present shapeshifter's true form, even as it appeared to work on herself. Having wandered the city all the way towards its highest tower buildings overlooking the city, within the walls of the citadel, you chose to undergo a drastic measure. Once again, Evelyn cast Wish, imbuing yourself and your allies with a permanent true sign. At a cost. Quite often, a mortal mind will protect itself against truths and realities that could cause it harm. Without this veil, your mind lies free, but also vulnerable. And with the unfortunate vulnerability to psychic damage gained, the truth of the Lycan city revealed itself to you. The entire city lies embraced in a layer of magic. Not simply illusory, but spatial as well. A layer that embraces your mind like a dream, tricking your very understanding of your surrounding reality. That is where we ended last session, and where we begin today. Now that you see through it, you see the observatory, not outside the city's limits as Vidar had seen, but right at its center, sitting in a deep crater, likely of its own making. Crystals stretch across this distant structure, sprouting and breaking ground throughout every stream, giving off a vibrant rose-colored line. Some of these lines move through the streams below your feet, crystals sprouting from the bodies of all of the lichens you can see. Still, they wander the streets as before, though now their movements seem much more erratic, like spasms of muscle in a deep sleep. You have all had a revelation. The sensation of a sudden waking up. But even as you look around, wide-eyed in shock or surprise or horror, even as your eyes can see through the illusory veil when you focus, you can still feel the dream tugging at the corners of your mind, waiting to pull you back under. You have awoken, but you are not immune. Red.
Huh.
You in particular have experience with dreams more than others, especially magical.
Okay.
This dream feels familiar to the spell you would weave, and yet it feels fundamentally different. If you had to describe it, it is like someone speaking the same phrase, but in an entirely different language. You are free to move about as you please. So far, it doesn't appear like anyone has noticed, or your now altered perception.
So you said we can see down into the lower city.
Mm-hmm.
Enough to tell that's where it's centered.
Even without direct line of sight, you see this almost pillar of light, this spotlight, dark rose just shining across the city.
Sorry, I was talking to a kid.
And I was rolling dice. I had to roll dice for how long my strength is at a 3.
Fun. I guess we better go down there. I don't even. Yeah. Well, it seems like we're all kind of in a dream. I don't even know if they would see us. I mean, or not really. I mean, yeah. But like the dream's still here for them. I mean, or I don't know. Does that make sense? Like they're still in a dream. I guess. Unless there's someone or something controlling the dream, like I might.
Well, we could head towards the conservatory and continue to act as we did previously.
Yeah.
And see if that causes issues. We interacted with creatures before on some element that I think were potentially there, just we weren't seeing things on the same level.
Yeah. Should be fine, I guess. Let's go see the tower, or what's, if we could call it that, even up close.
Right. I think we were up here, so we have to head. We're trying to head back down here, right?
Yeah, I think so. Back to the skating round.
Yeah, and carefully watching if there's any change in how people respond to us as we walk, but trying to act normal.
You make your way to the Citadel. The approach is largely empty, lichens. As you wander past them at a fair bit of distance, there is no reaction as far as you can tell. You keep walking through the streets until you arrive at the crossroad. Before you had come from side, from where the sunken wolf is, to continue onwards towards the center of the town would lead you across over here. You continue walking as normal, making your path through the many buildings lining the street. But as you come close to a lichen just around the corner, their eyes seem to be looking straight at you. You see this shimmer of magenta in their eyes, and they stop moving. Their eyes locked on your approach. There is no response for a moment as another lichen that had walking with them also reaches around the corner. Just as they did, stopping and staring right at you.
Is this part of the path that we're on right now one we previously walked?
Yes. Previously, you came from here, from the sunken wall, and headed up to the citadel here. You are returning down the way, making a turn towards the center of town.
Perhaps we should go back for a moment.
Or
And everyone will kind of turn and start to walk kind of slightly back where they were heading. Where they
back
came
around
from.
the corner kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And kind of going more along this way and see if they're following, if they are staring, if they do anything different.
You slink back around the corner, sort of the corner of the building, just out of sight. And does everyone follow? Do you all sort of step back? Then as soon as you are out of sight, you hear footsteps continue, but this time towards you.
How high are the rooftops up here? Like up on this building?
This small house, a little more than a shack, is only about 10 feet high. As soon as you get to these sort of larger houses, however, you would be approaching heights of 15 to 20 feet.
Structural integrity wise, at a glance from the bottom, would they seem like they're probably fine? Or like that's not going to hold weight?
Do you mean this shack or the house?
Higher one. Again, can't see the top of it from where we're at.
The houses in general look in somewhat rough shape, but otherwise fairly solid in construction.
Evelyn's gonna try and quickly fly up to the top here. And attempt to duck down and see if it's noticed. She's assuming people might follow her, but
Can I? I'm gonna. I mean, just do whatever. I'm gonna attempt to cast alter yourself on myself to honest, like look like them and crystals. As close as I can remember to this guy. I guess I'm like that. No.
He had some apparently not.
Not done yet.
What is
I guess kind of just staying with everyone, seeing what they do.
We split at the moment. Some of us are on the roof. And
currently Evelyn has moved up onto the roof.
And I believe Silas.
Then I stay with Red on the ground.
And I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be a crystal guy too, and he's changing into a crystal looking guy.
Can I grow crystal?
You can at least visually grow crystals, yeah. Hey Alavan, are you back?
We split the party, nothing can go wrong.
What was Silas doing? Okay. I saw you sort of fling yourself over, but you didn't hear
He then
anything.
moved himself over-ish. Here. before disappearing.
Yeah.
So Edwin's attempting to just duck and stay hidden as much as possible. I'm assuming Silas is probably doing something similar. Since they didn't follow, not trying to necessarily leave it behind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out before we get into anything massive if they can be deceived at all.
Yeah.
From the rooftop above, you can hear the footsteps sort of going around the corner, where they stop in front of Red and Harley, both sort of disguised as crystalline creatures. But when they see you, even as they stop for a moment, they do not stop in their tracks and continue to approach.
We're kind of in an awkward spot. Is there enough room that I can like just start walking by? Like not trying to bump into them, but
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Huxley comes with me. I don't know. I don't seem to care.
You move around them, careful to sort of avoid their general path. But as you pass them by, you see their eyes follow you. And as soon as you've passed by, they direct you to follow you.
I'll walk over and stay close to where I know the others are.
Yeah. If we saw him moving that way, probably would have tried to quietly move along the roof.
You walk around the corner with a brisk pace. Even if you don't turn around, you can very clearly hear. As you come around the corner, you are someone in front of you, already standing still and staring.
I guess I will have to stop and turn to talk to them. Excuse me, it seems we got a little bit lost. Can you point us back toward I remember the name of the tavern?
Sunken.
Sunken Wolf. Yeah, the Sunken Wolf.
Wordlessly, they continue to approach.
Okay, well, that's are you going to show us?
Red. Can you go ahead and roll me a thing?
Dirty save, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
20.
There is a sort of erratic movement of this one's arm as he approaches a movement that appears to reach out for you. You're not quite sure whether or not it is an attack or anything similar.
Oh, no touching the instruments.
Is there a reaction?
I mean, am I allowed to like step away and get behind Huxley? I don't know if that's a reaction or not.
Yeah. You can evade. As you step back, as you evade, there is a definite change in their behavior. The second you sort of recoil from the hand reaching out towards you, you sense a shift in intent. And you may go ahead and roll initiative. As Huxley, you are the first one to get attacked.
Sorry.
Rude. What did I do?
You hung out with Red.
Yeah, basically. Bad friends.
Does a 24 hit you, Hux?
Yes.
Okay. Then you take 9 and 10 points of slashing damage.
How much?
9 points and 10 points.
Get
These
hit
are
twice?
3 attacks.
Right. We didn't have a fight today in character, right?
No.
So it should be full.
And from the third attack, you take 21 points of piercing damage.
What?
However, as jaws clamp shut around your arm, as a bonus action, can you go ahead and roll me a DC 14 intelligence save?
Mm-hmm. Oop, sorry. 13.
Wow, that's a lot of 8s. You take
Whoa.
41 points of psychic damage.
Oh no.
The
As
second
you
double.
feel your mind sort of lurching downward. As you are vulnerable, yes, that would be doubled.
Aren't you guys glad you can see what's going on?
Yeah. mhm. This was the best wish.
Lux just collapses, screaming, holding his hand. Holding his head.
Okay. Between Red and Huxley, who goes?
Probably I do.
7 plus 3.
I have a +2, so you go first.
Okay. Well then, first up though is Evelyn.
This is totally
The
fine.
noise of Huxley being attacked is unmistakable. You understand something is happening.
Yep. Move up to the edge so I can kind of get a view of what's happening. And which one attacked Hux? Like the potentially it looks like, can we see like if it's still biting or did it?
You see this one still sort of standing there, hand sort of reached down. This one is the one that attacked Huxley.
Gotcha. Alright.
Though you can tell from their postures that all of them are
Yeah.
ready and hostile.
Let's see. How many things can I do? Question for you, Beggar. With one of the side effects of Wish is that if I cast any spells, I take damage based on the level of the spell that for the rest of the day. Would that also apply to my Gadgetsmith upgrades, like things that have abilities that are like created into the equipment?
Since
just
those are
if I
more
use a spell
item
slot?
based, I would say no.
Okay.
If it uses a spell slot, it would
Right.
count.
Okay. Then, I guess. Aim towards this one here, and go ahead. Put the spell, make a change. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and point at it with her gauntlet, and like the green ray shoots down at that one. That is a dex save.
Which one was it specifically?
This one here.
Okay.
DC is 20.
That's a fail.
It takes 10d6 plus 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All my dice. That's 77 points of force damage.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only if it reduces it to 0 hit points, it disintegrates.
You
That's
see
fine.
it sort of recoil heavily. There's this massive hit that strikes it. But even as it sort of steadies itself from almost falling over, it still stands.
Bonus actions. I have anything? Oh, no, that's right. I can do an attack. Still, because that counts as one of my attacks. Level up, so can I have anything? That's range. It's just my normal crossbow. It's nothing magical at all, but I will try and shoot it with the crossbow.
The crossbow is not magical?
Not magical. It's just a normal crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 27 to hit. And if it hits, it's just 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay. You see the crossbow shoot out, but entirely on top of its skin.
That is my turn. Otherwise, Evelyn will kind of stay crouched down, not obviously like I'm not re-hiding or anything like that, but trying to stay out of, make it more difficult to see.
Silas, it's your turn.
Amazing. What is it? Oh. Honey is sweet, flying is neat. In a hive by the heat, biggest frickin' bees you'll ever meet. Just trying to ask, it's for sure.
Yes. It takes its turn after you. Leave large. So as you top the tooth, there's this cloud of ash sort of going to the sides as you hear a very loud buzzing as a wasp rises from the ground. Okay. Evelyn, you feel a slight tremor shaking the house you're on. As you see the chair climbing up. Not very gracefully, you see these crystal claws slamming into the wall, leaving deep scar as it hurls itself upwards and onto the roof.
Does the bee get us happening?
It does.
Save me, bee, save.
Oh, did he? Alavan?
Oh no.
Okay. Technically, your bee would have its turn first. Right after yours.
Yeah.
Almost forgot. That is good to know.
Oof.
Roll the next attack as disadvantage, please. "21 hits. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then it does its thing. And your wasp gets an attack of opportunity.
I don't think so.
Yeah. That does not hit. As it clambers up, it's going to use its Call the Pack ability.
No.
You
don't do
hear
that.
it howl, not that much like a wolf. It's much more shrill than that. It almost rings through the crystals like a tuning fork. And in response, you hear similar howls echoing. And this scuffle of many, many paws as a tank of wolves starts to close in. And that is its turn for now. Huxley!
At the end of its turn, can it make a charisma saving throw? As I use my reaction to activate my Chronomancer's IPs. The DC 16 charisma saving throw.
Charisma. That's 16.
Dang it! Okay, it gets to stay where it is. I would wanted it to go back down, but that's fine.
Huxley!
Well, first I'm of rage. And force barrier gets created around Huxley as he's trying to protect himself. Which one was the one that attacked him? This guy?
This one.
then he will attack that guy twice.
Suppose I should number them.
He will. Manager die. It's not 20.
Mm-hmm. Lid.
Is it 10? So that's 36. Yeah. Math. 36 damage. The slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will hit again. My tabletop is really slow for some reason. I assume a 16 misses.
A 16 does miss.
Then that's my turn.
Mm-hmm. Red.
I'm going to. Can I like step this way?
If are you trying to get on the roof or?
Nope, just like along this wall.
Yeah, sure.
Just want to line up and do a burning hands to hit these two, but not Huxley.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of like a cone over here.
Okay.
Dexterity saves. DC 20.
One of them saves.
Okay. So it'll be either 16 or 8
Mm-hmm.
fire damage. And then, as a bonus action, I would like to shoot this one as well. Because I can do that. And probably miss. That's like a 10.
Yes, that unfortunately does. You see the one that hand attacked Huxley, being closest one, also be the one to manage to largely evade your burning hand.
Okay.
The fire engulfs the other one and starts to look somewhat wounded.
Okay. And it looks like fire affects them normally.
It does not appear to affect them any differently.
Okay, very good. That is my turn then.
Mm-hmm. Top of initiative. Huxley, you are attacked again. As you see the werewolf sort of rear up. You also see some of the smaller wounds that it has already start to close. At which point it is going to howl. Huxley and Red, can both of you please make me a wisdom save?
Natural one.
Oh my god. 10.
DC is 17. So, both of you are frightened of this wolf. And as you hear
That
the
was already
howl
true.
ring out, again with this shrill undertone, you hear it almost echo as it rings off of this crystal. Then this crystal. It seems to echo into the distance. This one is going to walk around. Huxley, you do get an attack of opportunity.
I will take one. Frighten gives disadvantage.
Only against the source, while the source is in view, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's all in all.
Yeah, I mean, it is right in front of you, so yes.
That is a 17.
That hits.
Oh my god. For 25 slashing damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You cut a deep gash in the werewolf as he hurries by, and then he's going to leap up right next to you, Silas. And he is going to attack you twice. Or the second one at disadvantage. Does an 18 hit you? Oh yeah. Does an 18 hit you still? Mm-hmm. Okay. You see it jump up and try and slash at you with its claws. However, as it has just jumped up, there is sort of short stumble as it doesn't quite gain a proper foothold before attacking. And the next attack against it has advantage. And at the end of their turn, I totally didn't forget to inject all of these, and I should have done this way before. This guy's gonna dash. Evelyn! Okay.
Nice.
Good idea.
Quick question for you, Beggar.
Mhm.
I'm not using this in the moment. I just want to know in advance. So my strength is a 3. I can't remember if we said that carries over to the werewolf forms.
Yes.
Okay. Is it a +5 that's happening with the math? So like the strength is a +6. The hits is a +11. So I'm assuming it's +5 proficiency bonus kind of a thing.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I do
Mhm.
math right when it.
Yeah.
But yeah. Evelyn is going to go ahead and fly up 30 feet. And he's gonna go ahead and use the Beast Swarm rockets at this one here. He's going to release. How healthy is that one looking? Is it
It's
looking bloody?
looking bloodied.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead with 5 of the rockets. But shooting it like off to the side over here because it's a 10-foot. I'm trying to avoid Silas. There's a radius of him, so that it just affects him. That is a Dex saving throw, DC 20. Oops. And
18 to save.
So it's a failure. So that is 21 plus 5, 36 points of fire damage.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, and she's going to go ahead and shoot a crossbow at it as well. That's a 20 to hit.
That'll
I
hit.
know it doesn't do anything. She's just trying. I'm just trying to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's only like 5 piercing damage. Again, no reaction. I'm assuming.
You technically get to roll at advantage, but yeah. You loosen a bolt
I
at the
forgot about that.
creature, but again, it simply bounces off.
Okay.
So the bolts you're firing are also non-magical, right?
Correct.
And not silvered, right?
No, just my
Okay.
rapier and silver. Which is important, I know. I should give it to Silas, but that's...
No. Nobody needs to do anything important.
Listen, I know what happens if I get hit with a silvered weapon.
Then is that your turn,
Yes.
Silas? Okay. Near that hit.
Amazing. No! Ah, devastating.
So disappointing. Breaks my heart every time. Oh, look, he
Is
basically
it a
did.
silver? Is it a silver eagle dagger?
Well, only really matters if it's silvered. If it's non-magical, if it's magical, it doesn't really matter if it's silver
I know.
or magical.
Listen, if I take damage from a silvered weapon, my regeneration doesn't happen. So
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So how much damage was that? Okay. And then you dash into the air? Yeah. Okay. You stab the werewolf and twist the knife before pushing back and launching into the air. Is there anything else you do?
Do you want to have your bee with a saddle on it do anything for us? No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Everything, all these mounts come out with a saddle. Okay. But not all. You came up with this plan. It's fine. Yeah. You're good. You're good. Yeah. I did. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Then it is its turn. It's going to attack the wasp. I think your audio clipped out because
yeah.
Lost the way.
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
No, Huxley's gonna stay. Why would you say?
oh man, he's gonna kill you guys with the mage eater.
Please, just I'm one of you.
Does a 15 hit the wasp?
Hey.
Okay. And only the other two hit. That is 12 slashing damage. And 16 piercing damage. And then I would require it to also make a DC 14 intelligence. Okay. That means it takes half of this. That is 15 points of psychic damage that it takes.
At least the bee's not vulnerable.
This 15 feet climbing speed. They don't. 30. Okay. With numerous leaps, you see the pack of wolves approach. But as they've dashed, that is it for their turn. Huxley.
I will attack the thing in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna get away with this. I'll reckless, so it's gonna be a straight roll. For some reason, my computer really hates rolling these dice.
Oh no.
That's a 21 to hit.
Mm-hmm. That'll hit.
For 28 slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then a second attack is a 22
Also hits.
for another 21 damage.
Okay.
And this guy really hurt Hux, so if he's still not dead, how bad does he look?
He looks injured, but with the regeneration that's been happening, he does not look bloodied.
I'll still try. I'll spend 2 hit points to deal an extra 2d6 necrotic damage with my cool scythe.
Okay.
See if they take that at all.
Was it 2d8? Or 2d6?
2d6, I think. So 4 extra necrotic damage.
Mm-hmm. It does take the necrotic damage. And is that your turn?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I'll maneuver back around Huxley and cast Fly on Huxley. Fly upward myself on my broom.
There's a bag
There
over
is going to
here.
be an attack of opportunity if you didn't want to engage.
From what?
So?
Oh, was I in melee range?
I think so. Weren't you right next to him?
I
It's
don't
like
know.
here.
There was a grid, so I didn't. I was trying to lose. It's fine.
Alright.
Yeah, I should have made an attack at disadvantage then. But yes, go ahead and take it.
Let me double check. Scottish.
Thank you. Yeah, I probably was then. Yeah, I was.
Is it
Kind of on the edge of it, so we'll say you were not. Because it sounds like you weren't intending to be.
It wouldn't really matter, but yeah. And then I do get to shoot because I cast a spell. The bonus action, and the guy Hux is attacking, which misses, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just fly toward the tower. And that's my turn.
Just fly towards.
Just run away!
Not the tower, the big crystal. I guess you might kick it.
conservatory?
Dash.
Sir, yeah. No, observatory. Wait, what?
Observatory?
We need to get more precise with our terminology.
Observatory.
Yeah, you're right. It's their observatory. I don't know.
I don't know. But neither does Red.
The thing you do to look at the stars. You know, the one with
Yeah.
the one with the big. Okay. Well, the excuse. The werewolf is going to attack Hugs, but not after regenerating a little bit. Is 3 attacks. Well, okay. Does a 19 hit?
Nope.
Okay. All 3 attacks miss. And as a result, it also can't do the psychic thing. Okay.
Good that it misses, but it takes damage if it hits me.
You want the psychic damage? I mean, I can always. No, I'm kidding.
No,
Emily,
no.
it's your turn.
My turn. Where did my... Just reading something real fast. What size is Hux right now?
Medium,
Uh,
I'm assuming. Wait, what's your
Hux
standard
is
size?
normally small, but I'm just double checking.
yeah, probably
It's
still small, just kind of more bulky. And a bit taller.
And I'm going to fly weirdly this way. And I'm going to shoot my grappling hook Hux. That is a 28 to hit.
Does that hit, Huxley?
As I try and grapple you and pull you to me.
A what?
You
I'm
are being
trying
shot
to-
with a grappling hook.
Yeah, 28. I'm hitting you with a grappling hook.
28. Yeah, 28 hits.
Okay.
As I technically need to make an athletics grappling check to pull Hux to me.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll me that athletics check. Huxley, as a grappling hook starts pulling you upwards, do you resist?
Oh, if it's Evelyn, he won't resist, but he'll pretend like he resists, threatening the werewolf. Like, I would kill you if my mom wasn't like pulling me back.
Hold me back.
14 for athletics.
Huxley
Okay.
is light as a feather drone. Feathery. Not feather drone, but.
Huxley is fairly, and I don't mean this in a mean way, dense.
Yeah, but like fly, like the spell fly is on Huxley currently.
Yeah. Since Huxley doesn't resist, as you're being pulled upwards, Evelyn, there is a bit of a struggle. There is this pushback that pulls you almost as close towards the ground as you pull Huxley upward.
Yeah. So it's
How far up are you currently?
30 feet.
So
I have
you'd be
60-foot range. So I was a little bit over. I was slightly at a diagonal, math-wise. But...
And you went up 30 feet while you were atop the building.
Oh yeah. If I needed to come
No.
down, I need to.
You are pulled down that you are about 20 feet off street level right now.
Okay.
And you pull Huxley towards you, who is now 20 feet off the ground as well.
Is that an attack roll, by the way?
It shouldn't be because it's not movement by your choice.
Well, I mean, the initial hitting with the grappling hook, I believe, does count as an attack.
That does not
Then
damage.
Evelyn takes 2d6 first time.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Next time.
Wait, was that athletics made with 3 strength?
Yeah. I rolled
That's amazing.
an 18. And it turned into a 14.
That's amazing.
How much damage does Evelyn take for that move?
5 force damage.
5 force damage. Got it.
It's so funny if she went down from that. Anyway.
No, I'm full health right now. Thank you
It
very
would have
much.
been so funny though. Okay, you are all up in the air. Silas. Is there anything that you do on your turn? To sort of exit out of this map, you'd have to do.
Ah, he fell.
Hey.
Crash landing.
Yeah, they're right next to each other. What was the save? The first. Unfortunately, the target rolled 21. Oh, okay. They all failed. Well, except one. Mm-hmm. Okay.
War crimes. Love it.
Geneva Convention. Genova is like Final Fantasy. Alright. They do not have much to do except yeah.
Nice.
And how high does it fly up? How high can it fly up? Okay. Mm-hmm.
This is why vampires.
You see the werewolves sort of start crowding around you, all around below you, sort of snapping at you. Every now and then they start sort of leaping up to places, seeing if they have an angle to leap towards you, but where you are currently, there is none. So we are on Huxley's turn.
I guess you will reluctantly follow
You're
Evan.
technically grappled. You can break the grapple, but you are technically grappled.
Kind
You
of
can
breaking
fly
the
and
grapple
drag
by, you know,
her.
like,
Evelyn could ride you like a chariot.
sure, yes.
Just saying.
Like a little 4-year-old child that you have on a leash, you know, he pulls you like forward. Like, fine. Where are we going?
The observatory?
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you fly any further up? Huxley.
Well, Evan got
We're
pushed
like
down,
20
right?
feet
So
off of the ground right now, yeah.
You're
Probably
about
on the
20
same
feet
level
off of the
that's-
ground, which is only about
I think
5
we're level
Yeah,
or
with,
so
with
feet
this.
higher than this roof, for example.
Yeah.
yeah, would I guess kind of follow Silas, like
It is
up and in that
okay.
direction.
How far do you move? Just for the record.
Well, I got a fly speed, right? So how much
60,
is
I
the
think?
fly speed? 60.
Is it 60?
Yep.
If you are dragging Evelyn, you'll be reduced to half speed. But you can that.
Even though I'm really strong. Like cloud giant.
It depends on
Right.
whether or not Evelyn resists or not. Do you let yourself get dragged?
Evelyn would probably let herself get dragged as long as Hux was going upwards and away.
Okay.
Not if she's staying at the same height.
Okay, then you are not reduced in movement. That's fine.
Yeah, I guess he will. Can he use his action to intimidate this guy and then like fly away, kind of still looking at him, and then fly 60 feet, following Silas.
Intimidate how?
Like shoot threatening
'Cause if
glances
you're-
that way, and then if
Yeah,
I
sure.
wasn't pulled back, I will kill you. I'm not running. It's not because you frightened me with your howl.
I'm
I knew
in
the sight
shambles
would
right now.
corrupt me.
Oh no. Okay. Red.
Yeah, I'm just also flying up a little higher and continuing. Ooh. Oh no!
He's on the ground, he's on the ground, get him!
Oh no! I don't know, I can go quite a long ways. It's probably pretty far built like that.
Evelyn.
Movement wise, just kind of getting up higher. Oh, okay, never
I
mind.
need
Yeah,
you to
yeah,
make
yeah.
me a DC 14 wisdom save. As
Got it.
you see this guy grab the air and
Oh.
throw it
Hmm.
with a
That's a
psionic
4.
lance. What's the wisdom save?
4.
4. You take 27 points of psychic damage. And you are stunned for 1 minute.
Cool.
Um,
4. 3 minus.
can you go ahead and roll me a 1d8?
Yeah. $1d8. That was a d10, sorry. 1d8. 8.
Sorry, what?
8.
No. Your intelligence is reduced by 8.
Fuck. Okay.
Because you
Hey,
failed the
question,
saving throw by
question.
5 or more.
A question. If
Mhm.
I am in my half form, I have
Mhm.
different intelligence than my normal intelligence.
Yes.
So that doesn't get affected. I get smarter. Right? Or am I even dumber? And
You would be -8 on whichever form you are currently
hang
in.
it. Okay.
So, as you are pulling Evelyn Huxley, you feel the line go a little taut as Evelyn is stunned and significantly reduced in intelligence suddenly. As you, I'm assuming you continue going up and forward.
Yes. I'll just
Then
follow Silas and
What
Grass.
is your maximum speed if you dash? 120 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, after the first dash, you are already out of range, even if he runs after you. And since the distance only continues to grow, then for the moment you are out of initiative. As you make your way towards the crater and the observatory.
But hang on, for just like a whole minute, Eblin is just effectively like an Eblin kite being dragged along
Yes.
there. Okay.
Well, hold on. I believe there is a save at the end of each of. Let me double.
I'm just saying we probably notice, maybe.
No, it actually there is no repeated save. It's just she's out for 1 minute.
Oh my god. I think we definitely noticed that.
It probably
Yeah.
takes you, yeah. You're dragging her along through the air. You have a short time to sort of gather yourselves as you sort of rise above the rooftops. There are these lights that follow at a distance. You leave them behind you fairly quickly. You still see them sort of pursuing, but there doesn't seem to be any immediate danger high up in the air. And for the moment, you're out of initiative. You just keep like shooting acid down towards the city. You fairly quickly leave them behind. So you mean as they sort of follow you, as long as they're in range, keep shooting? There is a point where you're sort of just above the city and have left them, your pursuers, behind. I was just wondering if you continue to just sort of pelt the buildings with acid.
How's everybody doing? Evelyn, you look like you got knocked out a little bit. Huxley got hit pretty hard, it looked like.
Hi.
Evelyn, what level of intelligence are you currently in?
12. Unless I turn into my shape changer form, my hybrid form, then it would turn into a 3.
Noted.
Well, a 12 is still more
you
intelligence than Huxley has.
fly towards the crater. Let's take a quick 5-minute break so I can go to the toilet. And I'll be right back.
There are so many janky stats I'm having to keep track of right now.
How many total points of ability points have you lost between strength and intelligence at this point?
Just the modifier, or are we talking about like actual
like actual points?
My intelligence went from, so that's 8 for
Mhm.
intelligence. My strength went from a 12 to a 3.
That's 9.
So yeah.
So you've
so
lost
17
17 total ability points this session. So you're doing good.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Steadily heading that way.
Oh my.
So the strength is that way for 6 days.
Yeah, I was gonna well, at least for the intelligence, I was probably gonna cast a greater restoration. I don't know if that can help with strength.
I don't think
the
it'll
wish
help
thing,
with
though.
I think that's the effects of a level 9
Yeah.
spell, so. But you might be able to help with my intelligence.
I probably can help with that.
Freaking gosh.
That's a lot.
That affects everything.
Yeah.
I think my save is down to a 16.
Yeah, well, you should probably get that fixed. I mean, not that you should be casting spells anymore.
But now she might. She wasn't. But I'm trying to think like she was being very intentional with her spells. But now she may be like, yeah, I can cast a spell. What's the worst that can happen? Because she's stupid. Sorry, I mean she's she's stupid compared to now.
Yeah, not quite that stupid.
No, she's not thinking things through as much, but more distracted probably, or short-term thinking, immediate scenario. I'm trying to like balance how this works with Evelyn because it's still technically above average intelligence. It's just not as intelligent as she normally is. Yeah, on that roleplay level, I'm trying to figure out like where does this line go?
It probably throws you off a lot.
Yeah.
Still, of like, this is normal. What?
Everything's so slow. How do you exist like this? I can't focus on multiple things at once. I at least can't be frightened, though. That hasn't changed. Until true polymorph ends. I should ask Beggar if it's a full moon. Probably. If it's a full moon, it's a +2 to AC. Advantage on strength checks and saving throws. And the howl, there's an additional stun factor. So I don't think it's a full moon because you guys didn't get stunned.
Oh, yeah. I also don't know if it would really apply like with all that ash. I don't really know how that would work.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, yeah. That'd suck for a werewolf. Can't see the moon. Ever.
Nice.
Amazing.
Mm.
I'm back. It was awkward.
I wouldn't even be able to like know what I want to change about a song. Very cool.
Yes. And welcome back, Bigger.
Thanks. Okay.
Even though you're trying to destroy me, it's fine.
Is everyone back?
Yes.
70. Oh, because of the strike. Yeah.
We were just doing the math a minute ago.
So, Evelyn, as you fly through the air, as you're being dragged like a kite, once the sun ends, you feel this loss of intelligence. It's quite a big impact. Your thoughts that usually branch out quite a bit and grow more complex, they're a lot more simple all of a sudden, almost like you can't keep focus on all of the details like you usually do. Is there anything you do other than fly towards the crater?
So I asked Evelyn about getting knocked out. What did she say?
Hold on, just trying to gather my thoughts.
You still seem a little dazed. Are you okay?
Everything's no, it's not. It's really distracting. I can't think when you're speaking to me. No, I can normally think when you're speaking to me.
Okay, we will take care of this. I'll turn as we're flying and I'll blow diamond dust towards you. Cast greater restoration. There's a sparkly orb.
There's this sparkle of magenta light as you blow diamond dust in the air, as it reflects the light emanating from underneath you, and you regain 8 points of intelligence.
Yeah. Right. Oh, thank you. Much better. That's just horrible.
Oh yeah, I love this stuff. Oh, you mean the... Yeah, that too.
I couldn't even think of more than 5 things at once. I don't know how you do that on a normal basis.
Think of 5 things at once?
No, how you limit yourself. How much?
Should I use more of this?
No, I mean, it's that was probably one of the worst sensations ever, was not being able to think.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just worried we'll turn into wizards if we run away like that.
We're not really running away. We're heading to where we're actually trying to go, and these were more like stumbling blocks in the path.
It's more like we're chasing the wizards that were hurting those werewolves.
Right,
Yeah.
I guess we didn't really want to hurt the werewolves. I got angry when it gave me a headache.
Yeah, are you
my
like...
head still really hurt.
You need like a potion of healing or something? That'd be good.
Maybe. I can heal myself.
Wow.
Fine, it could have been like white phosphorus or something.
It is possible that in exposing your minds to be able to see what's going on, that it's also made you more vulnerable to seeing things that you normally wouldn't see. That might be why it's affecting you more than normal.
It felt way worse than it normally is.
Well, here
Like
you
more
can
pain.
drink this potion. It should help with some of it. I'll give you a potion of superior healing. 8d4 plus 8. It's 8d4s.
Did I roll?
Yeah.
That's 9.
It is.
Trying to sneak an extra healing in there.
Can't count. Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah.
27.
Mm-hmm.
Back to not being bloodied.
You fly through the air and across half the city before the light comes ever closer into view, and you see the crater sinking into the ground before you, and mostly below you.
I'll also use some healing words on myself.
The edges of the crater are worn, smooth, dark stone, as if an impact had melted its way into the ground, cooling and solidifying. The remains of nearby buildings support the theory. Even those houses that still stand show molten and smoothed edges, even as no obvious signs of fire reveal themselves. At the center of the crater stands a massive building, a circular structure that ends in a spherical dome at the top. Smaller towers surround the main shape, similarly ending in spherical peaks. Though the domes atop the smaller towers lie open, their mechanical shutters revealing another sphere within, bearing glowing lenses pointed towards the sky. From above, where you are flying, the observatory's telescopes look like half-opened eyes, staring into nothing. Rose crystals sprout from every open inch around the fragment of Arcanus, growing far beyond the building and encasing over half the structure.
Why does it feel like we have to go in there?
Probably one of the few ways to actually get some answers and possibly deal with some of the effects that are even affecting Fedor and Corinne.
Just bury it with an earthquake. But yeah,
You begin to descend.
if I begin to cast earthquake, maybe.
A few minutes, probably around 12 or 13 minutes.
Fine. Should be on our guard though, all the same. The crystal seems to have some sort of almost parasitic nature, so probably shouldn't interact with it as much as possible.
Does anybody want a... Wait, yeah, I already cast Death Ward on a couple of people, didn't I?
Everyone has Death Ward on.
Does anyone else want Death Ward? Be warded from death.
I think you technically cast it on Evelyn like the night before or something like that.
Yeah, I think
Or
so.
something, I don't remember how, but...
Well, I'm gonna cast it on myself.
I know, but
Okay, I'll
it's
do.
probably better on someone else.
You never know. I'll do it on myself and you, and Alice doesn't feel like it needs it. That's okay. It's good. And yeah, I guess we're descending.
Is there any particular point you descend toward?
Silas, is there anywhere that you can see any access area, possibly less covered by the crystals?
Okay. Silas, you descend far enough to see and make out details. Looking around, you see movement towards the edges of the crater. These faint rose lights appearing and disappearing between buildings. So far as you've descended towards the middle of the crater out of the air, none seem to have noticed it. But as you look around the crystal, finding any sort of entryway not covered in crystal appears difficult. Most windows or entrances seem like solid blocks of sprouting crystal. The only entrance you see is a moat of light towards the front and bottom. But much like the rest of the structure, there is crystal growth everywhere. The ground of this entrance seems to entirely have turned to crystal.
It's certainly encouraging.
So is there a hard way in? Or do we need to try to go through a wall? Are you saying, or?
Yes, you see an opening, but it is not away from any crystal. The very sort of gateway itself, as well as the floor, is entirely made out of.
But there is an opening.
There is an opening.
Is it enough of an opening that we can potentially still fly through so that we're not touching the crystal initially, or is it smaller than that?
It's a fairly large entrance.
Maybe initially fly in and try and assess the situation from there? Oh dear. Not intimidating at all.
Punch through the wall.
You know what? This is a silly place. I don't want to go here anymore.
You have no idea how much I just want to cast Earthquake right now and bury this whole thing.
The
I
only problem
mean-
is if Boltzmann is somehow
I know.
in there. Otherwise, I'd fully endorse Earthquake at the moment.
Okay, we fly in the weird crystal gate. We yell Boltzmann 3 times, and then we drop the building. Okay?
And if he doesn't know who we are, might not answer, or if he's simply unable to,
Yeah,
But
yeah, it was a
keep
joke.
it
It was a
on-
joke.
keep it on hand. Definitely.
Okay.
As soon as we get him and we are out of here, look back and cast.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any way we can protect our minds? I am trying to think. I am not great at that, though. I just feel like we're still trying to get dreamed, or not dreamed, enchanted, maybe?
Well,
Right,
I can't be charmed.
Yeah.
And anyone who's close to me is harder to charm. Also, there was no point in you casting fly on me because I have wings.
Oh. Wait, since
So I
when?
should have it. Since I got this cool dragon ornament.
Oh yeah, we did buy that for you.
It was the one good thing from the Vampire City.
Well, I was trying to hold you back with fly and let Eblin pull you away, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
It's made you lighter.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't protect our minds. Great.
I can make you wiser or more smart.
Maybe.
Well, I can enhance one person's ability for the next hour.
That, like, legitimately might be worthwhile. Evelyn's already really smart. Let's also make her a little bit wiser.
Wow.
But when we get attacked and I have to fight, I can't concentrate on it. So
Yeah, that's
it will
fine.
stop. But until
Just-
then, I can.
It's
Make
like so she
you-
doesn't poke things.
I can make you
Ah,
have
I-
the brain of an owl. Yeah.
Rude.
I'm joking. Well, it's not a smart thing.
Very- Why?
It's just harder to distract their brains because they're like focused on stuff.
Yeah, they
That's
see
the-
everything, and they can twist their heads like all the way around to see behind them.
Yeah, they're
So
super
nothing can
aware.
steal them.
They're like woke, bro. I just do it before I keep talking, please.
It gives advantage on checks. Does that apply to saves as well then?
No. If it's enhanced
Because
ability,
then
it does
might
not.
be as-
I
Right, then
don't
it
think
might
it
not be.
works on check.
Saves.
saves.
Right.
Yeah.
Then it might not be as useful.
Okay, meta-wise, I can only think of one spell that can even help
Yeah,
with psychic stuff.
we don't have that one.
Mind blank.
Yeah.
Okay. This one.
I mean, I don't want to spend a wish on it,
No. Agreed.
basically.
You could.
There's also Intellect Fortress, but we also don't have that one.
Right.
Okay, well, let's just go. Hooray.
Yeah,
Do we have a
so,
potion of resistance to psychic damage, maybe?
Is there one in Mr. Bottle? There's potion of resistance.
Okay. Yes. That makes sense.
Yeah, but more brain power has to go to moving your huge body, so.
Mm.
Pick a brain.
But it's like you have to drink it immediately, right?
I think so.
Yeah, but the resistance would last for like
An hour.
an hour,
That's
so
pretty
probably
good.
someone should drink that.
Yeah, somebody should.
Possibly a hut.
Probably, or Ray. As the healer, you should maybe stay up.
You also, I mean, either one of us does a lot of healing.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, you probably do. But you also do more damage. It's up to you.
Having you vulnerable to like psychic is rough. And in a place like, because you just go down, like versus where you normally wouldn't. So having resistance might help.
I can.
Because then we're also not having to heal you either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will actually drinks it. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Okay,
we have to
Mr.
roll.
Under 95, right?
This
Here we
week,
go.
one of my players in my game rolled a D100 on a D100,
Oh my goodness.
and it was for a wild magic effect. And on 100, they got to cast Wish.
Oh, amazing.
Well, it's complicated. They want like 9 god spirits to enter their body to drive out the evil snake god that is currently possessing their body. So.
Of course. Yeah.
As you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got 120, so that.
I think you have to
doesn't seem
reroll again.
correct.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. A 10. So. Get a potion of poison resistance, immediately drink it. And then that cancels out, right? With the vulnerability.
Now we're flying, I suppose.
Technically, you apparently I had to look this up. Technically, both apply. So either first the resistance or the vulnerability, but the only effect would be then there's like 1 damage more or less because of the rounding error. So it just cancels each other.
Nice. Yeah, I guess we fly in.
Okay. You descend to the very crystalline entrance between the towers, where you see that the stone, the very ground, has turned to crystal. Unlike the rest of the city, unlike even the lichens, where crystal sprouts simply out of the ground or on top of things, sort of encasing it, it does appear like the building here itself has turned to this crystalline substance. And as you near the crystal archway, can I please get a wisdom save from everyone? Huxley, could you please make that save at disadvantage?
A wisdom save?
Mm-hmm.
It's 17 for me.
11.
Evelyn?
Sorry, I was just making sure. Enhanceability, I think, is only ability checks.
Mhm.
So I was just double checking that. Let's say wisdom save 9.
Okay. Huxley, as you fly towards and through the crystal archway, temporarily sort of engulfed in the rose-colored light, there is a slight pain in your arm. Even though the wound has healed from where that werewolf bit you, it almost feels like your arm is pulsing. An unpleasant feeling that almost feels like it's causing you a headache. Beyond the crystal archway, as you fly low, trying to avoid any direct contact with the crystal surface itself, you find that avoiding any closeness to the crystals would be almost impossible. Before you opens a hallway entirely of crystal. The walls, the ceiling, floor. The rose-colored lines placed along everything, reflecting back and forth.
Strongly
look
dislike this.
Does it look like there's another doorway up ahead?
There is.
Right, just continue to hover, fly, not touch anything. I suppose we push forward.
Yeah.
Everyone's holding up all right. Nothing odd. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like most of the things that we do have that feeling.
At least this one's pretty.
The further you move in, the less normal the space seems. As you make it to about here because you're so goddamn impatient. You see reflections of yourself across the surfaces of the crystal. To the point where the space you're in almost seems like a house of mirrors. You see so much movement around you that you almost lose sight of the actual physical space around you. Until you see a physical form before you that breaks your sight of these reflections. A form that you feel like you definitely didn't see before. At the moment, it stands at the center of the crystals, unmoving.
Does it look made of crystal itself, or is it more?
Much like the creatures outside, you see crystals covering large portions of its body. It doesn't even appear humanoid underneath. So much of its flesh has turned to crystal, it almost becomes hard to distinguish what is and what isn't. But through its cracked visage near the front, you definitely make out somewhat humanoid-ish features.
Does it look like it's looking at us?
It does look towards you. With its eye being entirely crystallized, it's somewhat difficult to figure out whether or not it is looking at you or simply straight ahead.
It's
Feels like good.
possible this could be similar to before we fought the Lycans.
Yeah. Let's spread out.
Try not to make contact with it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna fly upwards a bit more. Trying to get closer to the ceiling if she can. I don't know how high up the ceiling is.
You have easily about 50 feet of space
Yeah, that she'll be
before
making her
more
way
crystals sort of,
mostly.
much like they sprout out of the ground, they sprout out of the ceiling, sort of pointed down like stalactites.
It'll be like 45.
So it seems like everyone's spread to, however, I guess we can try to start moving past, but,
Yeah, everyone's trying to move past along kind of towards the upward
As
ceiling.
you move forward, there's this sort of ripple almost, this tiniest of tremors moving through the crystals. All around you, there's this ringing sound and a clear, almost crystalline voice. Very softly resonates in the back of your mind. You see too much, but not enough. Otherwise, you would understand. Leave. The voice resonates from the center of the room, but it doesn't appear spoken by the creature. More so, it seems to stem from the ringing of the crystals covering its back.
if you can tell us where Boltzmann is, we're happy to leave. Can you hear us?
There is nothing for you to learn here. Leave.
I suppose I can insight check a
Voice in your head?
voice in my own head.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Go ahead and insight check.
Okay.
Can Evelyn try and look around harder for something? Maybe glancing through the reflection, seeing if she can catch something that's not being seen before her?
Go ahead and roll me an investigation roll.
It's 22 for insight.
The voice sounded very dismissive. It answered so quickly, you're fairly certain it did not even consider your quest.
Yeah.
That's a 30 on my investigation.
As your eyes move across the reflective surface, as you see, yourself reflected, every other figure in the room reflected, it almost seems to cause you a slight headache trying to focus. You catch faint glimpses of blue. A blue hallway. But as soon as you try to focus on what you've seen, much like if you just woke up and are barely remembering a dream, as you try to picture it, it becomes more and more fleeting. And you can't quite make out it. Help would require you to understand. But when you understand, you'll be lost. So you cannot leave. There is no such thing.
Okay. Can we all hear this?
Yep.
We could get lost in a different dream. A better one.
The dream was sufficient. But not for you. There will never be a dream fit for you.
Fine, well, let's get the show on the road then.
Go ahead
I mean, like,
and roll the initiative.
trying to tell me I can't live my dreams.
Fittingly, Red, you go first.
I'm trying to think what would be most workable here. What's the measurements? I'm a bit concerned about, I don't know, just the way that things are reflecting in here, so I'm actually going to start by casting Silence.
Silas, what do you do? I'm kidding. Because you're casting Silas.
Outside now.
Wasn't that funny?
It's pretty close to 20. I wanted to target. I can't grab it. I wanted it like more around everyone on our team,
Okay.
toward favoring that side. Yeah. And then I was going to slide myself over here and shoot it one time, perhaps. And absolutely miss, because that's like an 8. A bit more, but not much.
8 does not hit.
That's my turn.
Okay. As you cast Silence as a legendary action, it is going to turn towards you, its mouth opening. In its mouth, you see this faint image of eyes, much like the domes of the observatory had looked outside. And I require you and Silas, because you are inside the cone, to go ahead and give me a DC 16 Dex saving.
Fail.
Okay. Then, Silas, you take half damage. The first hit is 26 points of psychic damage. Yes. Well, it would be half because you saved, and then half. No, right. Yes, yeah, you take normal damage. So you also take 26 points of psychic damage. Whereas Red takes, unfortunately, double. Unless. Which one of you drank the potion of resistance?
Excellent.
Huxley. And
So it's-
the second hit is 24 points of radiant damage, which Silas only takes half of. In addition, Red, you are knocked prone, blinded, and stunned. You repeat a saving throw at the start of each of your turns.
I think that automatically drops concentration. Okay.
I don't know if stun breaks concentration.
Pretty sure it does because it incapacitates.
Okay, yeah, it does. And that is legendary. Next up is Evelyn.
I'm gonna go ahead and activate Forewarning on my Time Warden helm with my bonus action to see the immediate future, granting advantage on strength and dex saving throws until the start of my next turn. My speed increases by 10 feet. Yeah. And how tall is this thing?
How tall? It's about 15 feet high at the sort of crystal wings at its back.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and while holding on to the physical instrument, I'm going to fly over and try and place a hand on one of the crystals that's reaching up or like arching upward, and cast Identify. To use Ascertain, but also use Deduce. So Ascertain with Identify, I'm casting it instantly with my action, and reveals a creature's active spell effects, curses, and their physical ailments, and Deduce using an action to hold the book to... I think I can do that at the same time if I remember right, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
One of the following pieces of knowledge about vulnerability, resistance, or an immunity. Trying to find out if there's any immunities, I suppose. But realistically, Evelyn's also trying with Identify to try and figure out what the crap is going on here. I don't know if that'll help, but that's mostly her intention.
It's difficult for you to understand what you're looking at. Anatomically, it appears to somewhat have a basis in a humanoid creature. But it has mutated and warped so much through the crystals that you have no real frame of reference how it works. There is no longer any blood pumping through its veins. Instead, there is this sort of branching tree of crystal roots. Most of its body, even internally, has crystallized. Yet, somehow, almost like a metal, these crystals are able to bend and move, much like the creature would naturally be able to through its muscles. There are no immunities you can sense in terms of any damage type, but you can tell that it is immune to anything affecting its sight.
Okay. All right. That actually probably took most of movement. Yeah, Evelyn will kind of call out to the others. It's going to be able to see you probably no matter what you do, just as a heads up. And that's my turn. Can Rhett be blinded if he's got true sight?
I don't know.
I actually have no idea. That was just as a random thought in my head. I don't actually know.
I'm stunned, so I don't think it matters, but
Right.
I don't know.
It says true sight does not specify immunity to the blinded condition, so
Okay.
technically I think you'd still be blinded.
Okay. I was honestly very curious.
You would still need blind sight to see blinded. Seems to be the general consensus. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Then Silas, it is your turn. 22 hits. Sixteen misses. It fell through the table? Oh, I think it's here. Well, that's not so. Maybe you're dreaming all of this. What if after this I go just like you wake up, it was all a dream?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As you move in close. Oh, this would have actually affected Aaron as well. You know, when you miss something, sometimes
Yeah.
I
It's. Everyone was
so
so focused.
we'll do it
was
next turn.
delayed.
But Silas, you take 2d8 points of psychic damage from its psionic oppression. That's 8 points of psychic damage.
Also, it's totally not cool being near this thing. Don't come near it.
Surprise!
Oh, the headache of your life. I just took 80 damage less. You took 16.
Well, I mean, the headache might get worse.
Oh dear.
It is going to whip around as you move around it. And it is going to hit you with its psionic slam. Actually, disadvantage, right? So this is a 13 and a 12 to hit. It misses both slam. Huxley, it is your turn.
Huxley is going to follow. And also attack. Just right. Hitting it right in the head. Yeah, I lost one of them. Just disappeared. That is a 25 to hit.
25 hits? Sorry, I totally just wasn't looking for a dice. Yeah.
I can't find it.
I can't find it either.
For 27 damage. Slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna attack again. for a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
That's another 27 damage.
Okay.
And I guess I take psychic damage.
Yes. Ten points of psychic damage. It feels continuous. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Top of initiative. Ren. Go
So
ahead
I
and
know
make
I'm
a
unconscious. Could I argue that being unconscious, I could be casting Dream as I usually do?
Well, you're not unconscious, you're incapacitated.
Oh, okay.
You can still make a save.
Okay.
So go ahead and repeat the DC 16 wisdom save.
11.
Okay. And you remain stunned. As a legendary action, it's going to use its Psionic Slam on Huxley. That is a 19 to hit.
That misses.
Okay. Evelyn, it is your turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and attack with a medicine check at the top of it. Do I need to do anything about the psychic damage being in this area?
No, but you would feel its ongoing effect.
Okay. Yeah. Medicine check. The 19 plus 19. That's a 36 to hit.
Not led.
And that will be just with my silvered rapier if it matters. My D8. Intelligence, 43. And one extra D8. That is 47 points of piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And could I tell roughly when I was moving in closer to it at what point in time, like how far away I was when it started to hurt or feel
It
the...
would be close to about 10 feet.
Then I'm gonna try and back up 15 feet.
It is going to make an attack of
Yeah.
opportunity.
Yep. $13 does not hit.
Yeah.
And I forgot to mention that I technically, you had disadvantage on that attack. From my Time Warden armor.
Oh yeah. Wouldn't have.
Mm-mm.
As you strike it with your dagger, as you crack some of the crystal with the tip of your knife, it rings throughout its body and you see more and more cracks appearing. It looks already beyond damage. Silas. Yes. Yes. For the natural one, go ahead and roll me a d20. Okay. Next attack against you has advantage. Okay. As you unleash a barrage of hits on this crystalline creature, each of your hits rings out. Each ring builds upon the other, getting louder and louder. And as you finish your last attack, it breaks. There's this loud crack, and the creature slumps to the ground as it splits almost in half. And you are again out of initiative. Red, you remain stunned for 1 or 2 more turns before you manage to move your body again.
Now I have the worst headache in the world. I guess so. Guess it. How much? I heal myself a little, and I guess we can go.
Mm-hmm.
was like really painful. I appreciate being able to see really well, but man, this stuff is affecting us really poorly.
No. I'm assuming you mean the reflections that you see. No? Mm-hmm. There's this deep crack running along its back, almost like a deep cleft. It doesn't fully run through, but its back is essentially split open.
Is it possible to extract or collect anything from this thing? Pieces of the crystals or any sort of remnants?
The way the roots of the crystal have spread throughout its body is almost in the same way that blood vessels spread throughout a body.
Mm-hmm.
You can still make out the sort of semblance of organs where you assume you don't think these are functioning crystal organs, more so than they have retained this shape since the blood was replaced essentially by these crystals. So there are sort of crystal organs you can harvest. Otherwise, you could chisel out any piece of crystal that you would want.
I'll take a crystal organ.
Okay.
I'm gonna heal Edwin and myself and Silas. Well, heal by casting aid.
No.
And increasing all of our hit points to 25.
Nice.
Indeed, yes. Nice.
I could also cast Mass Cure Wounds if we need it.
I'm
at
okay.
100. I'm okay. I'm not bloodied. My max is like 100. Well, now higher, but normally 138. So I'm not bloodied. I'm doing okay at the moment. We can hold off.
I'm just above, looking just above half.
Yeah, cast one, so everyone gets not that much. Everyone healed an extra 50.
Okay. Thank you.
Because Hux is also that good.
Okay. Valid.
Thanks for putting that terror into us.
Do I notice this? I don't know.
You'd probably feel a sort of hint of magic, but you wouldn't be able to place it.
In comparison to the rest of the hints of magic, it's probably not really. But I will probably retake that there once I realize I'm on the ground.
Not me messaging Red to Wolf in the middle of the session.
Oh no.
I suppose we should press on then.
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way to the crystal art.
No.
Not. And as you do, Silas, can I get a wisdom save from you? Okay. Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Still a fail.
Oh!
Still a
Map
fail.
interference.
Oof, very domitable. That
Oh,
sounded
no.
wrong. Never mind. As you step into the next room, similarly made of crystals, though these ones seem almost more ordered. Where before they were these wild growths of crystal, these ones seem almost perfectly rectangular in shape. As you step into this room, can you go ahead and make me a perception roll? Every DC is 25.
Fail?
Well, I rolled a natural 20, but that's only a 21.
Okay.
I rolled a natural 20.
And yours is
No.
more than a 21.
Plus. Perception is 8, so 28.
Nice.
Okay. Evelyn, you see this too, but slightly shorter. Your memory almost doesn't quite hold an image. As you step in this room, there is a flash of this rose light. But as you peer into this light, there is a sliver of silver that you see moving through it. This movement, this bright light, stems from the crystal column near the end of the hall.
Did you see something down there? Down by the crystals? Something moving?
Nope.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. Oh, you. Right. What? Is. It's hard to grasp, but it was.
So, like, it was a different light? What?
No, it was. It's fleeting. It's
It's so. Hugside 2, but can also.
Evelyn's having a hard time grasping.
You saw it more clearly than Evelyn did. You very clearly saw this streak of silver almost moving alongside the inside of this crystal.
It's a silver thing inside of the crystal.
Right.
Oh, like maybe it's that shard of Gromo that it's talking about, right?
It could be.
Like the Archmage.
Right.
Right.
But it was in that central area up ahead. So stay cautious, but probably where we need to go.
Right.
With every quote-unquote step forward, with every sort of inch you move closer to this crystal, the light seems to grow brighter. As of now, it's this flickering bright light that almost hurts to look at.
Hello, voice in my head. I don't know if you're there still. We're friends of Gromo, which we're not trying to hurt you. I don't know if you can hear me, but I hope you believe me.
You trying to listen for a response. There's this faint ringing that feels like it might never leave your ear. But amidst it, there is no break, no voice that you hear.
You should try to work with us. The stupid Starblessed witch is up the mountain, causing trouble. She wouldn't be happy if she found out you were here, but we could help you. No, maybe it's more crystally than it is sentient.
Possibly.
Carefully, slowly, you move across the hall. The light growing ever stronger the closer you get. Eventually, it shines so bright you cannot help but close your eye. Even as you try to cover your eyes or look away, the reflections too grow stronger and stronger in light. Until the blinding, shimmering light gives way to a sudden darkness. A shift in hues to blue and gold.
It's what I thought before.
A reprieve from the violent rose. But no reprieve for your tired mind. Looking around at the floor, at the walls and platforms, at the same time as you consciously understand and perceive this room, it all seems hollow to you. As your true sight finds against what you understand and perceive, that you are simply in a dream, with your mind still attempting to justify it as real. The hall you find yourself in is reminiscent of the dueling hall at Arcanus. Similar but different. Walls run on seemingly forever, but there is a constant familiarity to the scene, to the floors and architecture.
Can anyone hear us?
It seemed like there's like what are we seeing down at the ends of either?
At the ends
platform?
of either side of this hall, you see what looks like a gateway. This translucent veil of blue light seems to shimmer in place of a door. There are no books.
No libraries.
No way but forward, I guess.
I suppose so.
Beyond the gateway, you see only sort of the floor standing. The gateway itself is made of light but translucent. You see beyond it only darkness and whatever you see of the floor and the wall.
Evelyn will attempt to approach the gateway, but not go through it. Just kind of like leave a hand, kind of hovering right beside the gateway.
Mm-hmm.
Like not like trying to see if there's she can detect anything like a I guess maybe an Arcana check to see if she can like tell if there's some sort of active magic happening there. I mean, obviously she's fighting against
Go ahead
potentially
and roll
everything
me an
magical.
Arcana.
That's gonna step up while she identifies it. Or does what, what if she thinks she's identifying it. He's gonna prime a potent explosive.
A natural
Throw through
20 again. That's
if
a
he needs to.
31 Arcana.
Your mind is struggling against itself currently.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, you sense that there is no gate, no magic. But at the same time, you feel that there is, almost as if you're caught between two separate realms.
She's gonna try and move to push her hand forward to see if anything happens if her hand moves through the archway.
Your hand physically moves through. You see it beyond this threshold vanish, however. Looking through this translucent gateway, you do not see your hand. You still feel it. You still notice there it is still at hand.
And she'll pull her hand back. It looks fine, right? Right?
Hmm?
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Like, does it look fine? I suppose we move through. There's Nothing I can really feel going on the other side, but
I say we all just rush it.
and potentially at the same time would be best.
Yeah.
Together, holding hands.
It's unlikely you'd die. It's possibly more likely that we wouldn't end up in the same place if I had to suggest odds of what could happen on the other side of this doorway, archway.
Yeah, I have Death Ward. Let's go.
It's like there's two realms that we're caught between.
Yeah, yes, but also sort of no.
That's why I think it's better if we do move through to go through together because of the way that reality and perception are warping.
That's a good idea if we get caught, I think. Okay, let's all hold hands and we walk.
You rush towards the gateway.
Now is it
You-
rush?
You
That's
know.
what I heard. do you not rush? How do you get through?
We walk through.
Okay.
With a
All
light
sort of
skip.
at the same time in a straight line, or
I think so, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
as you walk through, you catch sight of glimpse of 4 very different shaped bags in front of you going through a door as you walk out through the gate on the other side.
Freaking A.
Wait, we see bags?
Bags, your own back sides.
Back.
We see ourselves over
Evan's-
there.
Evelyn's eyes are going to narrow, and she's going to let go of Red's hand and walk backwards.
We see Evelyn backing out.
You walk backwards into the gate and you see the gate in front of you as you just walk through it.
She'll turn back and
Yeah.
presumably see.
You turn
everyone
around
else.
and you see the rest.
Aha!
Huxley
Nice.
starts jumping back and forth through the gate, appearing on the other
Oh,
side
gross.
as he pleases.
Ugh. I'm gonna get sick. We're
Awesome.
still flying.
Divination was. Yeah, we are. I guess we were walking now, it's fine. Awesome divination wizard being like, time is circular and the beginning is the end.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand. Mm-hmm.
That's speedy.
There's a sort of direction you feel from your mark of the void. As you move backwards, it's still in front of you. Until there is a point where your head is sort of halfway through, where it flips to you feeling it behind you. If you carefully move slightly forward, you manage to find that sweet spot in the middle where it seems to almost be flickering in front of you and behind you. The sensation makes you almost nauseous, like a slight sense of motion so you don't remain there long. Mm-hmm.
Fox will try to throw something at.
What is Huxley trying to do?
He will try to throw something at Silas through the portal, aiming, like, looking backwards at Silas.
What are you throwing? And how hard do you throw it? I guess my main question is, are you making an attack roll?
Well, I'm not trying to hurt him. Maybe like a torch or something.
An unlit torch?
Yes.
Just
I
checking.
just want to see if I can hit.
Okay, so you
Silence.
somewhat laxly throw a torch through the gateway in the rough general direction of Silas. And it flies through and hits Silas in the back.
To see if I could hit you. I'm back.
As you try various things, as about a minute passes, there is a sudden flash of rose line
Oh,
that
crap.
almost sends you reeling, the sort of opposite of an epiphany, sort of pushing you back under. But when it fades, there is someone different right next to you, Red.
Dang it.
Good job.
Brett was pulling out another potent explosive and priming. So he now has one in each hand. By the way, just standing here looking for a good spot to set them off as this
Yet
guy appears.
again, the person standing next to you is familiar, but different. His form seems hollow, just like everything around you. Please go ahead and roll me initiative. No.
I think is that a high tower?
You recognize this form as Lawrence,
Dang it, he didn't make it out.
the champion that you formed in the wizard dueling hall.
Well, because they all ran away. The guy. Wait, is that the guy that Huxley fought?
No, it's the guy I fought. Right? I think so.
Yes.
I tried to help you.
Well, it's my armor. I
Do
rolled
you
a.
actually cry out?
Do I?
Yeah. Do you say that out loud?
Yeah. I'm like, well, I'm initially like Lawrence, and then recognize
As
that he's
you
awful.
search for any sort of recognition on his face, much like everything around you, it seems hollow. Like he's not really there. like he's a part of this dream.
Yeah.
Silas. Too bad. Ellen goes first. Sorry. Ellen, it's your turn. Dude, I caught myself so I was like, I looked at my turn and I was like, oh, whoops, hold on. I did set it correctly. The worst part is, here's the thing, right? In the other campaign, right here, also on red, sits a ranger that always rolls insanely high numbers because of his insane dexterity. So I'm so used to this corner and the red number being just, oh yeah, they go first. It's bad. It's bad. Anyway, Evelyn.
Sucks. Evelyn's near positive. This is not really Lawrence, and isn't even convinced that there's even a figure there, if that makes sense. She's very much of the mind that this is just some sort of illusion pulling from the idea of the wizard dueling hall. I'm trying to figure out, and this is more me asking the DM, is there anything that would make sense for Evelyn to be trying to do to break an illusion?
Go ahead and roll me an Arcana.
Okay. That is a 23.
You don't feel like this is simply an illusion. An illusion you'd be able to see through with your true sight, and you kind of do. It's what is causing this sort of disconnect in your mind. You need something to break the dream. You need something that would interact either with the dream or with your mind.
I mean, I can try this either way if it's unknown. Would like something like dispel magic potentially in that way?
Right now you have trouble sort of perceiving the magic that is even affecting you because of this disconnect. I would say you would find it almost impossible to target that specific effect without having a sort of clarity of mind of that effect.
Could she try casting Identify, touching the ground below her, to try and get a better grasp of the dream?
You can try.
Okay. That is what she will do. Actually, she's gonna move backwards still, this way. Because in her head, that seemed to be where they saw the silver before everything changed, so that's where she's trying to focus her energy.
Okay.
So she's going to cast Identify here.
You touch the ground. You find it cold and hard, but at the same time, almost feels like you're not touching anything at all. As you cast Identify, you feel more of the same. Like you're trying to identify something that isn't there, something hollow and empty.
That will be Evelyn's turn.
Silas. when you look through the portal, you don't see anything beyond the portal other than, what's on the other side. Yes. Okay. You walk through, and as you see the portal sort of before you, you turn around and you see the same scene, just from the other side.
I was just gonna blow up the crystal or the portals or both. Pointing at where you're standing.
Okay. It worked. But it feels strange. Okay. As that is, as I'm assuming, your turn, it is his turn. First, Lawrence is gonna start casting a spell.
That's fine. It's not really worth it.
And he casts Blur on himself. Again, there's this strange disconnect. You understand how the spell rough works. You've seen it before. And his form gets blurry. But at the same time, with your true signs, he doesn't seem to change at all, as you are all immune to blur. And that is his turn. Red, it's your turn.
Okay. How do we walk this far? I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna hold an action to throw the explosive for when Evelyn moves away from it. And I'm gonna just yell at her. Hi, I'm gonna at least try to blow it up. If the crystal is still there. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So you might want to move, Evelyn. And then, I don't know. I think that's my turn.
Huxley.
Huxley is going to... Run. Run backwards.
Uh-huh.
Why is everyone doing this?
We're doing this. Should I attack him?
So it's still...
Oh,
Uh-oh.
you got disconnected. Are you still here?
Oh, yeah.
You got
Hello,
disconnected.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
You just got disconnected from tabletop.
Your internet connection got counterspelled.
Weird. Should I attack the guy? Yeah, he tried to attack me in real life. I mean, I'd have to dash to get to him, so I guess I can do that.
Do you need someone to stream?
I should be able to reconnect, but now the thing is not showing up, so let me just restart Table Simulator. I don't know what happened.
I'll try inviting you.
Yeah, no, that's me. Okay, so I guess I dash over. To here.
Mm-hmm.
And get rid of that's dash, so I can't do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. As a legendary action,
I guess I'll rage. I'll rage.
he's gonna cast a spell.
Yeah, you go for it.
Can you go ahead and roll me an intelligence save, Huxley? The DC is 18.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Do that. 17, of course.
You take 13 points of psychic damage as he casts Mind Whip.
Does that count as
Yes?
an
Does that count as well?
attack? No.
Technically,
okay,
because
it's
a save, it
yeah,
doesn't.
Yeah.
You cannot take reactions until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
And on your next turn, you must choose whether or not to move, use an action, or a bonus action. You only get one of the three.
Rude.
And then we wrap around to top of initiative.
Does that
Damn it.
trigger Silas's held?
He did say when he attacks you.
Okay. Apologies.
Evelyn?
Evelyn will move away. Flying a bit off the side per Rhett's request. He's gonna go like 5 feet up. Just off. This side.
Okay. I don't actually know what is throwing something. In athletics? Or
Dex.
just Dex?
Normally dexterity.
Is it like dexterity plus proficiency? Or like, I don't even know.
It'd be proficiency if you were proficient in that throwing weapon. Otherwise, no proficiency.
I mean, okay. I guess it's an 8 then, if there's no proficiency for throwing just a round thing? Because I don't...
You throw the explosive, and it sort of hits the ground before it rolling a little bit further, and it rolls through the gate.
Well,
You turn to see it appear on the other side, by the other gate, and it promptly blows up. You see this explosion blooming outward, and for a split second, it almost appears like you're seeing this explosion in the color of that same rose red.
Mhm.
But as it sort of settles into smoke, you see the gate is still there. You see almost no damage done, not even a scorch mark on the ground.
Saw the pink again. But that was just a, held action, so... I think we're trying to get out of the illusion or dream or something. A bigger boom? Probably over here? I don't know, man. I'm thinking, but I'm not the thinking. I'm already talking too much. I guess. That was just my held action. I don't know whose turn it is.
Well, it would
Evelyn's.
be Evelyn's turn still. Unless you ended your turn.
No, I have not. My all-purpose tool that I have. It can turn into any variety of tools.
Yeah.
Is it possible to try and turn it into something like a tuning fork?
Yeah.
And without looking at it, Evelyn wants to actually that would take the action. Yeah. So Evelyn's going to kind of reach into her bag where she has the crystal organ on hand. Can she's still she's not looking at it right now. She's just trying to reach into her bag, feel it, make sure it's still there. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
That will be her turn for the moment. It took her action to transform the all-purpose tool.
Then, Silas, it is your turn. Mm-hmm.
What?
20 hits. 17 hits. Mm-hmm. Okay. It is his turn, and he's going to cast a spell.
Not this time, haha. Or a spell.
Actually?
Yeah.
Okay, you cast Counterspell. As you see him sort of move his hands to form the patterns, to cast Hypnotic Pattern, it is Counterspell.
Sick.
And that is his turn. Which makes it your turn.
My turn. I will go another 30 feet. And carefully use my last potent explosive. But like roll it over here so that it won't go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm far enough away, I won't get hit.
Yeah.
Trying to target like where I can remember the big crystal being.
Okay.
That makes sense.
You roll the explosive, and again the explosion goes off. This time you're close enough to sort of feel the shockwave. And again you feel that disconnect, because as you feel the impact, you don't feel yourself moving at all. And again you see that bloom of explosion, you see a flash of the rose color underneath. But as the smoke blooms outward and inevitably settles, the gate is still there, portal is still there, the floor is still unmarked.
Well, I tried physical. Doesn't really seem to be working. Looking at Evelyn. Ideas? You're the ideas person. I'm gonna give you a bardic inspiration.
If you wanted to respond, you have about 6 seconds of talking.
The crystals, we can't see the crystals, but they should be here. I'm going to see if I can use the organ that I brought with me to help visualize the crystals and break the reality of what we're in.
Let me know if you need help.
Anything to amplify sound would be wonderful.
Huxley,
I have no idea if you have any way of doing that.
it's your turn.
I will hit once. Yeah. That is a 39 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 27 slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And if
He
I get
looks
extra...
bloodied.
Okay. Well, I assume 13 misses.
13 does hit.
It does a hit?
He's a mage.
Oh, should invest in some better robes.
Okay.
7 more damage.
It's your dream of a mage. He just stands there and gets hit. It's a dream.
This whole thing is just Hux's dream of revenge.
Should prove more than anything else that this is not reality.
Oh, and even if I wanted to move or use a bonus action, I couldn't, so that's my turn.
Right. Okay. As a legendary action, he's gonna cast a spell.
Too far.
He cast Feel Wind Strike. Let me quickly see what it is. him and he makes both an attack at Huxley and at Silas. Does a 19 hit you, Huxley?
No.
Does a 21 hit you, Soleil? Silas. Guess it would still count for melee spell attacks. Yeah, hold on. It wouldn't matter. 21. It is a melee spell attack, so technically yes. Yeah. Okay. Then you see Lawrence stab his staff towards Hux, missing, and then teleporting behind you into the air, stabbing again, which you deflect with your weapons before ending up landing right here. Evelyn, it's your turn.
Evelyn's going to move back over here as best as she can recall where the crystals were. She's going to, without looking at it, pull the crystal organ out of her bag and try and hit the tuning fork against it. Theoretically, she's trying to pick up on the resonance. She's seen how like sounds are amplified and moved, like with the werewolves howling, and how that seems to spread from one crystal to the next. She's trying to see if she can kind of create a reaction between the crystals, regardless of them appearing to not be here.
You hit the tuning fork against the crystal and you feel it start to resonate. You feel the crystal in your hand resonate in the same frequency, both sort of aligning with each other. But there's no sense of resonance you get beyond this dream.
That didn't work. Probably her action. That's her turn.
Okay. Silas. His AC is 12. He looks really bad. Okay. It is his turn, and he's gonna cast a spell.
We're probably still too far away.
I'm not.
You know what? Go ahead. It's fine. Let's
Okay.
look at him. I'm right on the edge. I don't know. Yeah.
Are you immune to having the charm condition silent? Then go ahead and make me a wisdom save, please. The DC is 18. Then, as he casts Crown of Madness, you see a spectral crown appear on Silas's hand. A spectral crown appears on your hand, and you must use your action before moving on each of your turn to make a melee attack against a creature other than yourself that is mentally chosen for you. And then you can act normally on your turn afterward. Your first
If
target
that's
is Huxley.
if that's a charm effect, he should have advantage on the roll. On the saving throw.
Go ahead and roll
From
me that.
my skill tournament.
Damn it. Alright.
Worth a try.
Okay. Red, it is your turn.
Resonance didn't work. How else do we interfere with the...
Find inconsistencies?
Yeah, maybe. Or create then. This thing's part of the dream. I'm gonna cast Modify Memories on this guy. I don't know if it'll work at all.
You cast Modify Memory,
The Wisdom saving throw to start with.
but there aren't really any memories for you to target.
Ugh. I can't even force my own.
Go ahead and roll me an
Ideas.
Arcana check.
Can't try to disrupt the illusion by putting my own idea. Very good. 12.
There is a sort of realization you have as you speak those words. Trying to force your own ideas. If you are in a dream, the only way to affect that dream is by affecting yourself. Whether it be you dreaming or your perception of this dream.
Guys, I think we need to do a lot of drugs. I'm also gonna try to take a nap. Can I don't know.
You can take the rest of your turn still.
Yeah, I only have one bonus
That
action
does
on
take
it.
you, yeah.
I got nothing for a bonus action to do right now.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Then Huxley, it is your turn.
I'm going to follow the guy. Oh, I assume I have like my turn back.
Mm-hmm.
Is it obvious that Silas wants to kill me?
Got a crown on
Not
his
really. He's probably pointed towards you. And he does have a cool crown on his head.
Okay, well, I'll ignore that for now.
You could just buy a crown at any point. Well, you bought the stuff in the vampire's place. Okay, I didn't realize you needed it to be magical, okay? I thought you just wanted a crown.
Okay, so I'm going to. I got a 21 and a 20 and a 37 to hit.
Mm-hmm. Those both hit.
On the first attack, I'm going to spend 4 hit dice to deal extra necrotic damage, and because if the creature has cast a spell since the end of your last turn, the extra damage dice become d10s. So I do 6d10 damage. Well, the total with both attacks.
Yeah.
Both attacks together, and that creature loses a total number of spell slots levels equals to the number of hit dice, so 4, starting with the highest spell slot. So he
Go ahead and
loses
roll damage.
a 4th level.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay. I need more d10s. I don't have any. Okay, that's plus 44, so that's 71 damage?
Mm-hmm. The second you
Slashing, half
cut
necrotic.
into him, you see him sort of recoil, mouth open, and almost slice in half. The figure before you disintegrates, and you both receive an overwhelming revelation. Can I get a wisdom save DC 15 from both of you? Silas and Huxley.
I fail.
Oh, Huxley. You take 40 points of psychic damage as you see a horrid apocalyptic vision. You see mountains disintegrate, crumbling inward and leaving no trace. And you are for the moment out of initiative.
Lux kind of just collapses again. Screaming.
What? You had resistance to psychic, right? It was only.
Yeah, you take 40. You don't have to double it.
Yeah, but,
No.
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
still,
It's
he's
still
seeing
bad,
terrible
but it's
vision.
not that bad.
It's pretty bad.
It's
it's
more
pretty
from
bad.
the visions than
Yeah.
than the pain.
That's not helping me fall asleep.
Wait, no, I get advantage. I get advantage on wait. I get advantage on saves against spells and other magical effects. If this is a magical effect.
Technically none.
Okay, well, who do I dream to? How do I dream to? Where do we dream?
I hate wizards.
I need to dream a better dream. Think. Do you guys have any drugs?
Oh my gosh.
We might need to crack into it, to be honest.
Oh gosh.
We need to disrupt our reality, so the reality that it disrupts us cannot be disrupted within our reality. Let's start with that.
Mm-hmm.
You just have 5 bottles of pure ethanol. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay, so like I need. Let's see. How would this work? If you drink some of those, and then I dream and send Evelyn into my dream, maybe she could disrupt the other dream. It's inside your mind.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what? Dream?
Silas, you start feeling your mind go blank. You kind of want to be the one to fall asleep right now.
You should start drinking.
Are we asleep?
Well, sort of, yes. Okay.
I'll pinch myself.
No, well, you don't want to wake up. I need to cast Dream.
Well, right.
Okay, Evelyn. Okay. I'm going to go into my trance. Yeah,
Mhm.
well, maybe Silas is the most asleep. Who do you think feels the most sleepy? It's probably Silas. And I'm going to send you into the dream.
Right. I guess it's better than nothing else.
You cast Dream?
I try to, but like I'm targeting Silas, who is maybe awake or asleep. I don't know.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Okay. Like, I don't. Doesn't make any sense, but I'm just going like. Oh, not bad. 23?
Mm-hmm. You settle down and sort of let instincts take over, targeting Silas as the sleeper, despite knowing that you can see him not asleep.
No, that's just a dream.
And you cast Dream.
And Evelyn's the messenger in the dream.
And as you cast Dream, you open your eyes.
Oh.
You are currently prone, sort of leaning against the others, sitting on the floor. You see around you this long hallway leading to a vast open space where you can see no walls nor ceiling. Just this haze of dust and stars surrounding a set of circular platforms, each bearing a crystal at its core. Before one of these crystals, the largest at the center of the platform, lies a different kind of bloom, a strange figure whose shoulders unfold like wings, like flowery petals, ending in the same rose hue as the many crystals across the city. But towards the center, across different colors and their refracting reflections, a mirror-like sheen of silver covers the figure's featureless head. And before we continue, you guys want to end here or keep going for a minute? Okay.
Okay, but
Then this is what we call it for today.
Oh boy.
As you have escaped the dream.
have we?
Maybe. For now.
Cast it again.
Am I
Again.
still? Am I
Cast
still
it.
concentrating on it though? You
Oh
know
no,
what I
it's
mean?
turning into Inception. You don't know. Oh my god, what's the ending of
How
the movie?
many layers deep of dream can we go?
At least 2 at this point.
Oh, all right. Thank you guys for session.
Thanks for
Thank-
games.
Thank you.